satisfaction. And you know we out here every day with it. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Can't let this one slide. 2,000 shorties wanna tie the knot, yeah. 200 on my brother's block, oh, yeah. Pedal off the roads like I love or not, maybe not. I don't know what's wrong with me, I can't stop, oh, yeah. Won't stop, oh, yeah, never stop. Got so many ops, I be mistaken ops for other ops. Got so many people that I love out of trouble spots. Other than the family, I got it's either you or me. That's just how I think it's either you or me. This life got too deep for you, baby. 2 or 3 of us about to creep where they stayin'. Black leather glove, no sequins. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite. Nike crossbody, got a piece in it. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. Hey. 2C slide, then I hit it double time, then I hit a spin, cause we spun that block a couple times. If it's not the right time, there'll always be another time. I'm not even tripping, we'll just see him in the summertime, whoa, yeah. Can't describe the pressure I be putting on myself, yeah. Really, I just can't afford to lose nobody else, yeah. If they moving shaky, we just do the self, well. If I'm moving shaky, Chelsea do the himself, yeah. Solo, on a YOLO for real. Heard a lot about you, but we don't know for real. Next time, guarantee the truth will get revealed. Black leather glove, no sequins. Yeah, buckles on the jacket, it's elite. Nike crossbody, got a piece in it. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street. I'ma show you how. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. Hey. Don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could get you the passion. It's a thriller in a track. Where we from? Baby, don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could get you satisfaction. And you know we out here every day with it. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Superstars feeling like a pop star. Drinking Henny bad, jumping in the pool and I ain't got on no bra.
All right, all right, all right. So the EMT is just stuck in traffic. We cannot start the fight till the EMT gets here. Once they get here, we are going to begin. So hang tight, grab a beer. We'll be starting soon. Once the EMT gets here, you see him come in this door, let's all give him a loud round of applause. He's not here yet.
Poppin', man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on the and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
Then other days I let my mind kind of take over, whatever you want to call it, emotions. I don't feel emotionally attached to it, but the aggression is, I guess, a form of emotion, right? So, hey, you know what? If you run in there and throw haymakers and knock someone out, everyone celebrates. No one tells you you threw 2 rupee. Yeah. They're just like, you won.
Yeah, it's true. It's like, history's written by the winners. So,
yeah.
As long as you get the W,
Getting
they
ready,
won't
all right.
complain.
So it's the face back.
I'm assuming what we should do for these is we should like take turns or something because we don't want to like both meet.
So why don't you do the first one?
All right.
And then I'll go into the next one. You want to do that?
Yep. Works for me.
Is it Gunder? Gunder? I know him too. I'm so bad.
I think it's
Gunder.
Guinder.
I'm not gonna try too hard. Okay. I'm just gonna say Valdez versus King. So I don't. Gunder. Blue belt, 4 years. Likes him now. That's an interesting stat. Tracksuit trademark.
I guess these guys are Citadel people, so that'll make sense that I'll talk about them.
You start here.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll do this one, you do this one, I do this one, you do this one, I do this one.
We'll just go every other.
Yeah.
Tail of the tape. You do the whole tail of the tape.
Exactly.
Okay. And then when you're done, we give them the point, and then we're off.
Right. Yeah, the tail of tape's going to be right here on the screen. So.
I just want these guys to stop looking at me. I'm getting extremely uncomfortable. Easy. Richie's.
for everybody joining us on the live stream. Hopefully you can hear us okay. Hopefully you'll be able to see everything okay in just a moment. Thank you for sticking with it. We have not started the event yet. You have not missed any of the action. Just an explanation. We are waiting for the ringside physicians and we are waiting for the EMTs. We cannot start a combat sports event without emergency services here. I think you all can understand why. With me in the commentary booth, this is Andy Kurzonkowski, but we have the Dapper Dangerous One, Kin Kong Moy, and Mr. Kill himself, Sean, the Unpredictable One, Lally, with us in the commentary booth tonight. Gentlemen, welcome to Cage Titans. You've been here before, Kin. Sean, this is your first time. How are you guys feeling about tonight?
Thank you, Andy. I'm super excited. This is a great night of fights. We have a stacked card from the top to the bottom, and I can't wait to get it started. The crowd's pouring in, and we're ready to go.
I'm equally thrilled to be back, and like Lally said, we are stacked top to bottom, and a lot of these fights have serious implications for the landscape of local New England MMA. So what comes out of these fights is going to set the stage for events to come.
And that's all the top half of the card. On our main event, we've got some marquee professional fights that have, like you said, giant implications on them. New England MMA is exploding onto the MMA scene on a global scale, and a lot of the future's next top names are fighting onto tonight's card. On the other side of the card, starting off, we've got a plethora of names who have never set foot in competition in combat sports ever before in their life. And we know that this is a place not only for the seasoned professionals to make a splash and a name for themselves, but the debuting amateurs that get the opportunity to perform in front of this crowd. It's an incredible experience as someone who's done that himself. I know you guys are already seasoned pros by the time this is rolling around, but we've got so many people that have never stepped in before. And
of course, that's super exciting for all the guys that are competing for the first time tonight. And I know that I get particularly excited for these types of fights because we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know who we're going to see. We don't know their backgrounds. And these guys are the next guys coming up. These guys are the ones that are going to become future champions and may even go to the next level. So it's pretty exciting to get to watch them right off their first fight. One thing that I love about Cage Titans in general is the polish that it brings at all levels, because it's a premier league to fight even when you fought on bigger shows, and it's also a place where you can have a fantastic experience having your first few fights, and they invest in and grow the local talent from their debuts all the way up to the UFC, and that level of investment shows in the community that we have here. It makes for a great time. And we have seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of fighters build their careers here at Cage Titans and go to the next level and perform at the next level. Our main event is one of them. Jojo Giannetti, he was already up at the UFC, dropped a couple, fell back down, and he's back here tonight in the main event. Lightweight title on the line. I'm very excited for that fight. It's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, and on the other side, we have the traveling man from Detroit, Michigan, and Darius Estelle, who is no stranger to this cage, holds a win over a teammate of Joe Giannetti and Zach DiSabatino back a couple of years ago. He steps in to take on the... Yeah, we're already talking, yeah. So. Oh, all right, so that was just a good warm-up.
Okay, that's good practice.
I wasn't sure. I saw that red. I assumed that it was hot, and I know that there was some confusion.
Okay, so live stream will start shortly.
Perfect, all right.
Hey, I think that was a good... Yeah, we were in our rhythm.
It's perfect.
All right, so we'll...
And see, that's the cue. When you see our ugly mugs up. So, I don't know if we're live just yet.
Check. Kill.
All right. Joe Leonard, if you can hear me, just turn this thing white real quick. Because I just got, all right, thank you. So I just got a message from somebody tuning in, and they say that they have someone spamming a fake link in the comments. So just wanted to make you aware of that. Not sure how legit or true that is, but somebody just messaged me who said they were having errors, and I just told them to stay tuned. But then they mentioned that somebody's spamming a fake link, so wanted that on your radar. What's green mean?
I think that means Roger, he's got it.
Yeah, we didn't go over that when we had a meeting before. I thought this was just two-colored. All right. Does that mean we're live? We're live. Oh, so they can hear us and see us and everything. All right, here we go. We got new machinery here. So we're just figuring out how it works. But welcome everybody tuning in on the live stream. Thank you for joining us here. Thank you for everybody here live in attendance. My name is Andy Kurzonkowski. I'll be your play-by-play commentator tonight. Joining me in the commentary booth, we've got Mr. Dapper Dangerous himself, King Kong Moy, and the unpredictable one, Sean Lally, Mr. Kill himself. Gentlemen, welcome to the commentary booth. Welcome to Plymouth Memorial Hall, and tell us what you're looking forward to most about Cage Titans 49 tonight.
Well, I am always thrilled by actually the excitement and energy from the crowd. I feel like one thing that is very unique and special about Cage Titans is the crowd engagement. Because it is shaped like a literal coliseum, the crowd can hear every splatter, every punch, and you can hear the excitement and energy from them. But that aside, there are some fantastic fights in this card, and it's really the Richie Santiago, Joe Penafiel fight that I am most looking forward to. I want to see that bad blood splattered in the cage. How about you, Sean?
First of all, let me just say how excited I am to be here. My heart's pumping just being in the building. People are pouring in. Everyone's getting their seats. Everyone's got their shirts. Everyone's ready to go. This is an exciting night of fights. We have a stacked card from the top to the bottom. I wouldn't expect anything less with Cage Titans, from professionals to title fights to amateur fights to people making their debut here. It's super exciting. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome, and as you said, we've got an exciting co-main event between Richie Santiago and Joe Penafiel. Bad blood spilling over. We would love to see it spill over on the canvas tonight. An exciting matchup between two guys that are really at the cusp of that next level of competition at the bantamweight division. 8-3 Rich Santiago, he's already been on the Contender Series, and he's looking to come off of a recent loss, get back in the win column, get his name flowing at the top to get called up to the big show. Joe Penafiel is a little on the older side in the age department, but he's got so much momentum after handing Patrick Gilbride his first professional loss to take on another seasoned local veteran and get a win over Rich Santiago, improving his record to 7-3, will put him in a prime position to be on the radar of Sean Shelby in the very near future. And then our main event following that fight, we've got another top-tier contest between somebody who's already been in the UFC, fought on the Ultimate Fighter House, Joe Giannetti, taking on Darius Estelle for the vacant title. Darius Estelle, 7-3, the traveling man out of Detroit in his own right. Exciting matchups, top to bottom. So, it looks like we're getting ready to go here. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, but I gotta go do my second duty and get this show on the road. Our fighters are ready, the EMTs are ready. Thanks again, everybody tuning in tonight. Enjoy the night of fights.
So Andy touched base on the main event in the command.
Every fighter that enters that cage has a story. Stories that all begin with sacrifice. Early mornings, lonely nights, and a grind unlike many others. So, why do this? For the fame? For the journey? Maybe it's something else. So I ask you, what story will you see tonight?
All right, hold on.
The young upstarts? The comebacks? The hometown kids tour? Or the out-of-stater eager for an upset? the stars of today are the ones of tomorrow. Whatever you came for, we have, and more. All that's left sit back and enjoy the show. We are Cage Titans.
Ladies and gentlemen of Plymouth Memorial Hall, we are Cage Titans, and this is Cage Titans 49. We've got 13 action-packed matchups on store tonight for your entertainment. This event is brought to you by the Massachusetts State Athletic Commission, commissioned by Guy Licciardi, Will St. Hilaire, David Riccio, Odette Carney, and Paul Carter. Our referees tonight are Brian Miner and Robert Wambecker. Our judges sitting cage side are Dave Ginsberg, Alan Lau, and Jason Grenier. Our timekeeper tonight is Ken Volovic, and our scorekeeper is Joe Apice. Deputy Chief Mark Cardarelli, and our deputies, William Watkins, Tiffany Bacon, Steve Damasco, Rich Zola, Douglas Roberts, and Kevin Nagel. Our ring card girls are Shy, Brittany, and Janelle. And joining me in the commentary booth tonight are Sean Lally and Kin Moy. And without further ado, I ask you all to please rise for tonight's playing of the national anthem.
Now I'll ask all of you to please rise for the singing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so Now I'll ask all of you to please rise for the singing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry Jones. And a quick reminder, no flash photography per state law. Enjoy the action.
All right, so we've got our first amateur catchweight Muay Thai bout.
All right.
Right up.
Here we go.
If that didn't amp you up, I don't know what would. I am extremely excited. Let's go. We're getting kicked off.
So we've got Steve Drayton.
This is a catchweight kickboxing fight, Muay Thai kickboxing between Steve Drayton and Joey Rogers. Steve Drayton debuting out of Citadel. His coach, Eric Grossman, actually reached out to Loco Lobo, Lee Gresh, the coach of Joey Rogers. Joey Rogers was a young kid looking for a fight. He's got a personal relationship to Lee Gresh. Lee was like, he's young, he's green, he's looking for some action, but I don't want to throw him in there against somebody too tough. The coaches made this fight happen like behind doors. It's like, we got a green guy too. We're both respected teams. We're going to throw these guys on in there against each other to see what they have. A fair matchup for both of these guys is first step.
And you like to see that, and you see that happen in the background sometimes. Two coaches that see each other here often and have been around each other for many years and have seen what their fighters have to offer. They set up a matchup, a fair matchup, and we're going to see what these guys bring tonight. We're going to see what the nerves do. We're going to see who shows up and who doesn't.
I've trained with Steve a little bit before. I've not had the pleasure of sparring with him, so I'm actually very excited to see, like what he's got in terms of the Muay Thai. I know that he's good friends with Stefanos Kampouris, who is primarily a wrestling and Taekwondo fighter, so I'm thinking we might see some unorthodox kicks.
I love seeing these matchups, two guys we don't really know too much about, making their debuts. It's always exciting. You see these guys that could be coming up, could end up in a higher level at some point, and they're just getting started here, or maybe they're just getting in for fun and making a bucket list. We'll see.
Well, it seems like the crowd is pretty excited for, I hear boos.
We hear some boos.
Maybe they're all Joey Roger fans.
Steve Drayton has entered the cage, ready for his first kickboxing fight. And that's a different element when it comes to the sport of kickboxing, having the actual change.
We've got Joey Rogers walking out now with Team Loco Lobo MMA, also making his debut.
Yeah, and I gotta respect the mustache, man. He was all about that mustache game, as you see it there. We took a picture together at the weigh-ins yesterday. Seems like a very joyous young kid.
And you gotta wonder how Steve is gonna deal with Joey's mustache.
That is definitely going to be a big factor in the fight. I must say that at Citadel, we don't always have enough preparedness for the mustache, so that does concern me a bit.
But yeah, debuting guys going at it against each other, it's always exciting because it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Although I'm looking in at Steve right now, by his facial expression, not concerned by the mustache, so the intrigue only builds.
We'll see how they do against each other's punches.
We're scheduled for 3 2-minute rounds, an amateur Muay Thai bout. It's a catchweight, as you mentioned, Andy. Both these guys in the background, their coaches agreed to make this matchup happen. They probably figured, why cut a lot of weight? Let's meet at 130 pounds. Let's get these guys in here in front of a crowd, a crowd at Cage Titans, which is one of the best places to fight in New England and really in the country, as far as I'm concerned.
I'd agree with that. It sounds like I'm blowing smoke, but honestly, I had a better time, felt more energy from the crowd here than when I fought on TV or when I fought on Bellator. There's just something special about the Coliseum feel.
I have to agree with you. You're funneled in. It does feel like a Coliseum. All right. Joey has entered the cage.
Here comes the tail of the tape, which is sponsored by I'll take it away to you guys for the measurables. That tail of the tape?
All right, tail of the tape for the first fight of the evening. We've got Steve Drayton, 24 years of age, 129 pounds on the scale, standing at 5'6" with a 71 reach advantage, reach in total, fighting Joey Rogers, age 22, weighing in at 128, standing at 5'8", and his reach is 70 inches. Take it away, Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves For the first fight of the evening, an amateur Muay Thai matchup at a catch weight scheduled for 3 rounds, 2 minutes apiece, and Plymouth Memorial Hall. Make some noise for both of these young fighters are making their combat sports debut. Introducing to you first, in the red corner, standing at 5 feet, 6 inches tall, he weighed in at 129 pounds. From Brockton, Massachusetts, he's representing Citadel. Let's hear it for Steve Sugar Cookie Drayton. And now, standing across from him, in the blue corner, standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing in at 128 pounds. From Bourne, Massachusetts, he's representing Loco Lobo MMA. Let's hear it for Joey Rogers. And when the action begins, our referee for this contest is Steve Rita.
A quick note for anyone watching on the stream. This is a Muay Thai fight, and the scoring can be a bit counterintuitive compared to MMA. What's really important is controlling the ring, pressuring the other fighter back, and landing with scoring kicks, which affect the other fighter. Knees from the clinch are valued, punches not as much, leg kicks not as much, and we're seeing some nice kicks from the jump.
And they're off right away. This crowd just seems to be in favor for Joey. Steve was getting a lot of boos, but now they're out there and they're going right at it. Big shots.
Nice kick from
They are exchanging.
Seeing some of that taekwondo.
They came out real fast. They're still going right at it. Big
hands
punches.
from Drayton.
Oh, and a big knee to the body.
2 of them.
Big knee by Joey. Now this is an amateur bout. There are no knees allowed to the head. Couple nice knees to the body and a nice left hook.
We're seeing a lot of good kicks exchange, and the bigger punches so far have been from Drayton, but those big knees from Rogers are, again, scoring points.
And Steve just threw a nice little feint out there, something I kind of would like to see from these guys. They came out guns blazing. Now the pace is slowing down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's that first fight. That adrenaline dump is real.
Absolutely. They both looked cool, calm, and collected coming in, but you know those inner nerves.
Nice left hand from Joey Rogers.
Joey has a tendency to get his chin up a little bit in the air when he's moving back.
I gotta say, Steve Drayton's got some good pop on his straight punches. Nice left hook.
He has that left hook too. He's nailed it a couple times. And he's got Joey against the cage. Joey breaks off.
Joey doing a good job. Joey Rogers doing a great job looking for those counter knees when Drayton closes the distance. He's staying consistent with it. Nice right kick.
Body kick by Joey. We got Joey in the red trunks, Steve in the white with the gold trim. And there's a 10-second count.
Nice knee to the body again from Joey Rogers.
And that concludes round one. Exciting round. They came out to fight tonight.
Well contested. I'm curious to see how the judges are going to score it, but I actually think that the knees and forward pressure from Rogers is going to tip him over the edge a bit, despite the big punches that Steve Drayton landed.
You do always have to wonder how MMA judges are going to score a Muay Thai bout, if they're knowledgeable enough to score one, and now they very well may be, but we see crazy things sometimes in mixed martial arts.
The last time that I had the pleasure of commentating with Cage Titans was in fact when we had a hybrid show, and we saw a lot of interesting things going on in the scoring.
Absolutely. They came right out to fight. The pace slowed down a little bit, not much. I mean, it was back and forth the whole time. Steve Drayton hit a couple nice left hooks, and Joey had those knees to the body. Very evenly matched first round.
Funny enough, while again I do actually score the first round towards Rogers, I think that Steve has done more, done more damage in the sense that he might actually score a knockout from some of these strikes.
I agree
with that. He landed the big punches.
And Rogers has lifted his chin up in the air a little bit during some of those exchanges when he's moving back, and you always got to worry about that when you're in a combat sport. Here we go.
Nice leg kick opening up from Steve Drayton. Uppercut just missed from Joey Rogers.
We're seeing very unorthodox striking from Drayton. I see a bit of boxing, a bit of Muay Thai, and a
Nice
very clean trip.
Clean within the rules, very nice trip.
Well executed.
Oh, he hit him hard. He wobbled Rogers a little bit there.
Yeah, that's what like you said, he keeps his chin.
He keeps his chin up, and he's got to watch out for that left hook right there. Drayton seems to be picking his shots better now, mixing in some feints.
And I like how he's changing levels with the jab and then going upstairs, hitting the body, then the head, feinting the body, throwing upstairs. Drayton's showing a lot of experience being it his first time and slipping that uppercut as well. Joey Rogers has got a lot of power in his strikes as well. He just clipped Steve down.
Absolutely.
Again, Drayton is very unorthodox, using boxing head movement in Muay Thai, using Taekwondo kicks. I think that, I would say that Rogers looks very clean in his Muay Thai, but the unorthodox striking is really throwing him off.
And sometimes that can work against you if you're used to training with strict Muay Thai fighters, and then you come to somebody who is very experienced as a boxer or maybe an MMA fighter. They're going to move different, they're going to roll different, and he's throwing these big hooks as a boxer would, coming in, rolling under. I think Joey needs to get some distance, some jabs. He got hit with that left. He got right back though.
One of the things that was working for Joey earlier was those knees up the middle, and I think that with the head movement that Drayton's using, that would dissuade him from feeling as confident in the pocket. I say this as he lands another
big shot. And Rogers is bleeding a little from the nose now. You're starting to see that wear on his face.
Nice left hook on the counter though from Rogers.
Ew, he's not going anywhere though. End of round 2.
This is a phenomenal fight, exceeding expectations.
What a great second round. And just when you said that, Rogers started looking like he was getting the worst of it. He hit a counter left hook on Steve Drayton. That looked like it wobbled him. Steve Drayton, though, shows us how tough he is, even in his debut, with the little baby gazelle legs for a split second, then comes back with a two-piece counter.
Absolutely.
Super competitive fight. You can see why this matchup came to fruition from both of these camps. They're putting on a showcase to open things up here tonight.
It is very evenly matched. Drayton looked better that second round. He started to land some big shots. He landed that left hook again. He landed some few different hooks that set Rogers back just a little bit. Rogers had his moments, but overall it seems that momentum is picking up for Drayton at this point moving into round 3.
I'm inclined to agree. I actually would have them 1-1 on the scorecards at this time, meaning that this final round is what it all comes down to.
Who wants it more is what we're going to find out right now. And we got 2 minutes to decide.
Both fighters take a deep breath, preparing for battle in this final stanza.
The crowd is loving it. These guys are putting on a show, and they're right back to it.
Oh, nice kick.
Nice straight right.
Big punches
Rogers
land.
has got to get his chin down.
Showing a great chin, though, being able to take
Absolutely.
all those shots.
Great chin, great heart. He's still in the fight. Lands a huge knee.
And sends him back a bit.
Off
Drayton
balance.
actually went for the trip. Rogers just muscled him back. He said, "Get off me."
Those punches
Crisp hand.
coming
Big
over the top.
punches.
Again, seeing a lot of that boxing head movement, weaving, coming over the top with big shots. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Rogers counter with kicks.
Absolutely. You'd like to see him time a kick to the head as Drayton rolls low. One thing as an amateur fighter, big shots, big shots. He doesn't have to worry about the knees as much.
That right hand knocks Drayton's
He's
mouthpiece
wobbled.
out.
Steve Reed is going to stop the action, grab the mouthpiece.
What a shot.
He's
That
got to get it
straight
in
right
quick.
was a bullet.
He's getting time to recover right now.
This is suspenseful down to the last second, and I'm loving it.
I would have liked to see him get his mouth guard in faster. This gives him time to recover. He was actually wobbled a bit there. They're right back to it.
Joey Rogers, even though he was kind of on the losing end of this round, he got
Another
himself right
big
back
shot.
in with that big right.
He has Drayton.
Oh, another, they trade right hands again and a right kick from Joey Rogers.
Yeah, I love when we start to fight cards out with kickboxing. Look
They
at
are
this.
going at it. This is a brawl, ladies and gentlemen. Two tough fighters making their debut, putting it all out there right now.
Rogers throws a roundhouse.
Rogers
got
got to get his hands up. He's
Look at
tired,
this.
and he's taking some shots. He's coming back with a kick.
Again. That's the second time this round.
He's just got to put it back in his mouth.
Yeah, no rinsing. Come on, this is. Yeah, you should probably rinse. Let's be real.
It's good.
His mouthpiece has COVID now.
It's good for his immune system.
Builds character. All right, there we go. Last few
Right back in it, teep to the face. And they are taking the center of the cage. Low blow.
To end the fight. The fight's over on the low blow. Well, I've never seen a fight end with that being the very last strike fight. Nonetheless, they hit all areas. Legs,
Oh, he's right back up. That's the end of the fight. 6 minutes of action, and the crowd is going crazy for these two. They came in and they put on a show. Very evenly matched fight, as we said, coming in. These guys went out there and they put it all. They are exhausted. You got the adrenaline dump that happens with those debuting fights, and this was a fast pace, Ken.
Absolutely. Saw great things from both fighters. I got so lost in the action, I don't even know what to call that last round.
I agree with you that it was 1-1 going into the third round, and at first I thought Drayton was picking up on the momentum, and then Rogers comes back and he hurts Drayton multiple times. There was a little bit of time putting the mouth guard in there where, you know, that can sometimes change the outcome of the fight.
Yeah, seriously, back and forth action. And like we always say, when you don't know what you're getting into for your first time in there, you're normally going to bring the action. You're going to put fear aside and just go to town. And that's what both of these young gentlemen did. What a great way to start off. Cage Titans 49. And I'm going to go make it official, gentlemen.
Andy's heading to the cage now to make things official. We will have a winner coming up here by decision.
I am on the edge of my seat, to be honest. I agree with you that in the end, we did see Rogers knocking the mouthpiece out of Drayton twice. I felt like even in that last round, though, there were times where I saw both of their legs wobbling. And I'm just, again, so curious to see how this is going to be interpreted by the judges.
I think the third round is a toss-up, and whoever gets the third round wins this fight. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a split decision. We'll find out now.
Keep it going for these two warriors. After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard for a decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision, Steve Sugar Cookie Drayton.
Well, it looks like the big punches of Steve Drayton won the day in the eyes of the judges, and it is now official.
He was using a lot of boxing head movement, as you said. He was doing those low rolls and coming in with really big hooks. That left hook landed multiple times. In traditional Muay Thai, it makes me a little bit nervous when guys roll that low, but being an amateur fight, he didn't have to worry about the knees, which was a big factor. You would have liked to see Joey try time a kick, and that's how it goes. Great, great debut by both fighters.
Absolutely. I think that especially when the fighters are newer, it's hard to make those adaptations on the fly, and he's probably never seen that in his Muay Thai practice before because it's not necessarily advised. So.
Absolutely. Sometimes you get used to that strict Muay Thai, that Muay Thai type of sparring, and there they are celebrating.
And then they bring
in the
in
cage.
a wild card, and
wow, that's it. What a great fight!
Big congratulations to Steve Sugar Cookie Drayton. Love that nickname too.
Sugar Cookie. I love me some sugar cookies. I'm a dessert guy myself.
Oh yeah, I like it. That sweet tooth. It's going to be the last tooth I ever have. All right, we're moving things along into the mixed martial arts action. And these are, again, 2 people who have yet to grace the floor of combat, competition when it comes to combat sports. Ginder Valdez, debuting out of Team Sit Your Tongue. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with this young man, but he was slated to make his MMA debut back in April of 2020. COVID-19 put that on hold. He's been waiting in the wings for a long time. He finally makes that walk tonight. Though he's making his debut, he's a blue belt of about 4 years, and he comes from a great camp.
He's actually very much a protege of Jeff Perez, and he's got the wrestling to suit.
Absolutely. I've had the pleasure of training with Valdez on many occasions. He has been working under Jeff Perez for some time. Jeff is a great coach. He actually opened his own gym on Newberry Street recently where he's teaching jiu-jitsu. Great wrestling coach as well. Gunder is a very tough guy. He's in there training extremely hard. He has that work ethic I've always seen, and his stand-up is impressive as well. This is going to be a really exciting fight. We got Ben King coming out next.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this one in particular because I have had the pleasure of training with Gunder before, and I've been hearing so many great things through the grapevine about him for such a long time. And, you know, COVID put everything to a pause, but finally we're going to get a chance to see him in action. He's going to get to step in there, and I cannot wait, and I'm sure he's even more eager than I.
And I know COVID put a pause on fight action, but you know this guy was training the whole time. This is one of those guys that was putting work in where he could, when he could, no matter what, not making excuses. You got two different types of fighters that during COVID. You got guys that continued to train and built skills. You got other guys that didn't live as such a healthy lifestyle. Now you're starting to see that. You're starting to see who was working during the off season or whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely, and in a way, I hear people often say that fighting has no off season, so that people treat it as such.
Just to inform you, there's a little pause to this fight. We got to wait for the commission to take the gloves off and sign off on them. Why that wasn't done in the back, I don't know, but as you know, it happens.
So the gloves weren't signed off on?
Yeah, they're supposed to have either blue or red tape on them to tape them off one last time. The commissioner.
Maybe we just turn it into a bare knuckle.
I mean,
yeah, just take the gloves off.
Take the gloves off. Have you guys seen Game Bread's new promotion?
This Valetudo fight brought to you by Kill.
By Kill Combat.
Yeah, that's how we do it here. We just make it up as we go. We're gonna.
Have you guys seen Game Bread's new promotion?
I've not. Tell me about it.
He's doing bare knuckle MMA.
Interesting.
I actually have a former opponent that fought it.
You said that like you got a future opponent.
No, I'd prefer not to do that. I need my hands for work. I would like to do it just to say I did and to kind of put it on my resume, but the actual damage wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, we're gonna be the first small glove Muay Thai event in this state. I remember way back when.
That's still not off the table.
I would love to call that someday.
That would be exciting.
I would love to participate in that someday.
It's basically just a stand-up MMA fight at the end of the day.
Kid Moy, you're trying to tell me that you're actually retired for good?
I think me and Kin just made a matchup. You're going to come up to welterweight?
I mean, I think I weigh more than you right now.
Oh, man, so I got to go to middleweight again.
Looks like it.
All right.
I'd pay to see that fight, though. I've got my butt kicked by both of you guys, so that's...
I don't want to fight Kin.
All right, do we got tape? Do we got a commissioner here? Yes, it looks as we do. I think they're going to take his gloves off real quick and just check the wraps underneath.
You got to wonder sometimes how this plays into a fighter's head. Some guys it wouldn't affect at all. Other guys it kind of could throw off your whole flow. You got a flow walking out to the cage, you're in a particular mindset, it could throw you off, especially making your debut. Not saying it necessarily will, but...
I can tell you for me, myself, the hardest part for me is before we fight, when we're walking to the cage, when we're waiting in the cage. It is excruciating, the tension. And I think if this happened to me, I would not be feeling too happy
to
about
prolong that is really hard. I'm the same way. I enjoy the whole process. I enjoy the walk, but I just want to get in there. I mean, if I could just run to the cage and they say 3, 2, 1, go, that would be best.
Yes, that would definitely be ideal, and that is definitely the opposite of what has happened here. But at long last, Ginder makes his way into the cage.
He is taped up. He is signed off by the commission.
And we are ready to go. Our first debut in amateur mixed martial artist takes foot in the cage, Titans cage. We're waiting for a second.
King coming out, debuting out of Savory, BJJ.
Yeah, very young man, 19 years old. Tons of, an extremely respectful young man. You can tell that he's just a martial artist at his core, even though we haven't seen him come out. Yeah, he's got a little bounce right now, but something I noticed at the weigh-ins, he likes to bow a lot. He shows a lot of respect to everybody he comes in contact with. And with Danny Savory in his corner coming out of that great camp, looking forward to seeing what he can produce with his skill set in actual combat, because he carries himself like a martial artist already at a young age, having not even stepped in there before. And how you speak of Ginder Valdez as someone who's been around a long time, really ready to make that first fight happen. This has fireworks written all over it. Just judging their body languages.
Especially coming out of Savory BJJ and knowing Ginder's background, I expect this to be a high level.
On the other side, we've got Ben King. He's only 19 years old, weighing in at 145, 5'10", with a 72-inch reach.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the next fight of the evening. An amateur mixed martial arts contest taking place at the featherweight division, scheduled for 3 rounds, 3 minutes apiece. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, both of these young fighters are making their MMA debut, so make some noise! Introducing to you first, in the red corner, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing in at 144 pounds. From Somerville, Massachusetts, he's representing Sityodtong. Let's hear it for Ginder G. Valdez. And now introducing his opponent, standing across from him in the blue corner, standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. From Somerset, Massachusetts, he's representing Savory BJJ. Let's hear it for Ben the King. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of this contest is Brian Miner.
And we are underway. Ben King is definitely here to have fun. He's definitely here to put on a show.
He is taking it all in for sure. Ben King in the gray trunks, Ginder in the blue trunks.
Both look eager to start.
Here we go with the touch
Touch
gloves.
the gloves and they're off.
Nice leg kick
Leading
from
with a low kick.
Ben King, and I like the one-syllable nicknames. Ginder G. Valdez and Ben the King. Ben King and Kermit the Frog have the same middle name.
He's a southpaw and he's sneaking that in there.
Oh, nice kick, just missed. A lot of speed on it. Nice right hand on the counter from Ginder.
Valdez.
Very athletic, doubling up those kicks like that.
I like that very early from the young fighter. Switching legs as an attack. And another nice, no switch step to that lead leg outside kick from the southpaw against the orthodox. A very, very powerful weapon, especially if you start targeting the calf. Nice high kick.
Throwing different levels of kicks. He's throwing that straight left, and Ginder shoots in. He got his back. He's on his back. He might have this.
Incredible
King is
forward
fighting
pressure.
hands, but it looks like Ginder has got under the chin, and he might be locking this in.
Ginder trying to fight the hands. His chin looks like it's tucked.
King
He
is
might
fighting.
he might be better off pushing up on the elbow as opposed to
I
fighting the
think
hands, because
Ginder has
Ginder's
this
going
locked
palm to
in.
palm. He's turning into the choke is Ben King. Looks like a body triangle is locked for Ginder, securing that position.
And you see how he's hooked his foot under King's
The
left
instep.
leg to keep him there.
It's a huge game changer, no matter what side the knot of the body triangle is on. If you have that instep,
Absolutely.
you've got a little bit more leverage. And he is on him like white on rice, looking for that neck crank.
Ginder's grappling's no joke. Like we said, he's training a lot with Jeff Perez. He's been working on his jiu-jitsu, and he's fighting for this rear naked choke right now.
And a lot of composure defensively from Ben King, fighting the hands, keeping the chin tucked, rolling from side to side, turning his head into the choke.
The hip pressure is making the big difference. When he stacks him backwards into the cage like that, it prevents full extension and is probably the only thing keeping him alive right now. That and the grip fighting, of course.
Back to the body lock.
He's trying to get his hips into it, but that body triangle is cinched in tight.
A little deeper this time.
It looks deeper here. He's got him arched right back.
Wow, I can't believe how much composure he had to go back, reach, and fight the hands. That's sunk in.
He took that hand 2-on-1. He might get out of this.
I am so impressed by the toughness of Ben King right now.
Strips it again.
Ginder's not letting go of this position or this attack.
Both of these guys are very impressive in their skill right now.
King's trying to turn in.
And as King
Ginder
turns up,
adjusts.
oh, that choke is still in tight, but Ben King still fighting the grips. Unbelievable for making his debut at just 19 years old to stay that composed and that deep of crap.
And you have to wonder how this is going to, how it's going to tire out Ginder's arm after trying to get that choke in for so long.
And his legs with that body triangle.
Trying to get that in.
Well, it looks like we are going to see a second round here.
It appears to be that way, and we indeed do. Ben King survives the early onslaught from Ginder Valdez as he took the back in quite a funky scramble, if you will. It was off of a striking exchange, because I got to say, even before I went to the ground, I was very impressed with Ben King striking. Ginder doing a good job trying to keep that distance, but you could tell that Ben King seemed to start getting an edge there in the striking department. Ginder made the adjustments and dominated the grappling department in that first round.
Ginder totally had that Jeff Perez style of forward pressure, ran him right over. Jeff Perez in the corner right now. I noticed both men are standing despite such a grueling first round. I think they look to be in great condition and also not trying to give a single quarter to the other in terms of the psychological component. They don't want to look tired at all.
Absolutely. King came out, he was moving in and out, he was throwing kicks at all different levels, to the leg, to the body, to the head, in and out. He's a southpaw, landed that cross a couple of times. He looks like he may have a karate background, and like you said, Ginder adjusted. He ran right through him, he took him to the ground, and once he got his back, he stayed there. You gotta wonder if he gassed his arms out at all trying to go for that choke, and we're about to find out.
I'm expecting Ginder's gonna go back for it pretty early, because I don't think that he was having a great time dealing with those kicks, whereas he had much more success taking the back.
When you find success somewhere, you tend to go for it again.
Yeah, and that body triangle was just immaculate. The way he cinched it up and never let it go.
Round
nice
two.
Jab.
Stiff jab by King, and he changed his stance. He came out as an orthodox this time, maybe to throw Ginder off a bit, maybe to defend the takedown. And Ginder shoots, he guts the hips.
Drive right forward to the cage. Hands are latched together, that makes a difference, and he puts him on his butt.
And he's on top. He's gonna look to control position first. King gave up his back there.
Yeah, King looked like he went for a whizzer, but he didn't latch the arm.
That was the
and
risk.
We're right back to where we were in round one.
This is exactly where Ginder wants. This is the best case scenario for him at the beginning of round two.
Now, Ben King did a phenomenal job staying composed and fighting out of this bad spot in round one. But we know that adrenaline dump is real. We know that this is his first time in there, and I'm gonna be
one has to wonder if he can do that again for another 2 minutes. On the other hand, one also has to wonder if having the back and failing to finish would demoralize Ginder at all, and that could also play into how this next exchange goes.
Doesn't seem to. He's going for it again, and he's sticking to it. He's not letting it up.
Nice ground and pound. He's winning the fight in this position. And he seems to be staying a little more patient now and accepting the fact that he might not get the choke immediately, and that's okay. He's winning the round. The more time he can spend on the back, throw some punches, the more success he's going to have, and he's going to win the round.
That is absolutely true, and as you say, he seems very content, as he should be, to keep the position and wait for the finish to come if it presents itself.
Nonetheless, staying very content with this golden opportunity in this position.
King's trying to scramble, but he's got that body triangle locked in tight. He's not going to be going anywhere right now. And he's moving to his back. See if he tries to flatten King out at all.
He's got to try and get to the side where the knot of the triangles is on the floor. So the knot of the triangle's on Ben King's left hip. He wants to get his left hip to the floor to make that a little bit looser of a grip over the abdomen. You can start fighting that body triangle and trying to improve your position by getting out of it when you put pressure on the knot. When it's up in the air like this, that's when it can get cinched in even tighter. That's where he wants to be, to start fighting the knot.
As Lally mentioned, that detail where Ginder weaves that other hook in.
I think he has it in. That's it.
That's it.
He sunk it in. He took his time. He was patient. He didn't rush it.
And
when the opportunity presented itself, he sunk that choke in. He got the finish.
And he went for his own acrobatic flip of his own, did Ginder Valdez, off of that big win. They're going over, showing respect to each other.
The acrobatics, Ben King's got that, but Ginder cinched that choke in. That was beautiful.
And it's staying persistent with that position. We were talking about it as the second round came to fruition. Is he going to be able to keep that energy? Is he demoralized by not being able able to finish. But no, persistence pays off. He sticks with it. He loved that body triangle in the first round, recognized how tough King was, stayed patient with it, worked it in, got the choke, got the finish. And Ben King, even in a loss, showed a tremendous amount of promise with his striking, his creativity with the striking, and his defensive soundness and his toughness, because he was put in a lot of bad spots in that fight. Didn't show an ounce of quit until he was basically out.
So much potential for Ben King. He's 19 years old. He looked phenomenal on his feet. Ginder played a very smart fight. He realized early on they didn't want to get in a striking match with King and that it was risky, and he shot in. He was able to drive through, get the takedowns, and he gets the finish.
I think that both of them look very impressive in their debut, and I think that they both have a bright future ahead of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep it going for these two warriors. Referee Brian Miner has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 22 seconds of round number 2. Giving you your winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, Ginder G. Valdez.
Great performance by Ginder. I really like seeing him stay patient that second round, not rush, not lose energy, trying to chase something that wasn't there, and just waiting for the opportunity. Great debut.
I am very...
All right, our next fight, keeping things in the, we're going back to the catch weight at 130 pounds. Another teammate of yours stepping in there, Kin Moy, with Scott Miles at a Citadel. He's making his debut. I believe he'll be the first one to walk out versus the 1-1 Tyler Butterknife Smythe, who is coming down from Saco, Maine, out of Evolution Athletics.
Yes, this should be a pretty interesting fight. So Scott Miles is a purple belt under Florian. So he's been in the game doing jiu-jitsu for quite some time, training with Citadel now, trying to improve his striking. He's actually very crafty and creative in the gym. It's going to be really interesting to see how that translates to the stage.
And this young man is amped up to be here. He showed up at weigh-ins in like a matching tracksuit. Doesn't have a nickname yet, but I'm calling Scotty Million Miles right now. He's showed up dressed like $1 million for his amateur debut and just seemed as excited as anybody has been to make this debut. As you said, he's been training a long time. You mentioned 7 years or something. Purple belt, as you mentioned. And yeah, that first walk is something that is always lurking when you walk into the gym on the first day. And he finally makes it after a long time, putting the work in.
If you've been spending that much time in a fight gym, you're going to be picking things up along the way, and you're going to know what that grind's like, and you're going to be competing and training on the mats with guys that are fighting, guys that are at a high level. So it's going to be really interesting to see. He's making his debut.
He's fighting someone who he's been training for a long time, but you know what they say, everything goes out the window when you step in there, and he's fighting someone who has 2 fights. So despite the fact that he's been in the game longer, I actually feel like he may be at a slight disadvantage experience-wise, or it might even out, because more gym time versus more fight time.
That's a great point, Ken. You could train for 15 years, you still don't know how you're going to perform once you get in there.
It's a different animal.
There's no way to do it but to do it.
Amen to that.
We're waiting for the butter knife, Tyler Smythe. 1-1 as an amateur, no stranger to this. He had a fight already in 2021, so he has been active as of late. Back in July, he lost a split decision, and he has a win by submission in a very early part of the fight from back in February of 2020. So having been in there twice, tasting victory and tasting a long, hard-fought defeat that was extremely close on the judges' scorecards, he's hungry to jump back into the win column, taking on a debuting fighter who has no idea what he's running into. So let's see how he shows up as the road warrior coming from 2 states away in Maine.
And like we talked about, he's 1-1. Those types of lessons that you learn in the wins, in the losses, are invaluable. You cannot learn those lessons in the gym. You do learn a lot of lessons training and as a martial artist, but not the same lessons that you learn live in the cage.
I think it's as you said, you can learn lessons in the gym as a martial artist, but you only learn lessons as a fighter when you step in there.
100% agree.
Tyler Smythe going through the final seconds of the final pat down before he steps into the mixed martial arts cage for the 3rd time in his career.
Comparing their physiques, he looks like the thicker of the two, while Miles is a bit taller and lankier. I wonder how that'll play out.
All right, he makes the walk in, and we're waiting for that tail of the tape right now, as we're going to make this one official at the catch weight division. Once that tail of the tape is up, I'll make my way in.
Both fighters.
And this one is sponsored. I'll let you read this read, Sean Lally. You might Kill Combat Sports Gear.
All right, tail of the tape for this 3rd fight of the evening. We've got Scott Miles, age 28, weighing in at 129 pounds, standing at 5'9", with a 70-inch reach. We've got Tyler Smythe, 23 years of age, 129 pounds, and this bout is sponsored by Kill Combat.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the next fight of the evening. An amateur mixed martial arts contest at a catch weight, scheduled for 3 rounds, 3 minutes apiece. Introducing to you first, standing in the red corner, standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighing in at 129 pounds. From Quincy, Massachusetts, he's representing Citadel MMA, and tonight he makes his mixed martial arts debut. Let's hear it for Scott Miles. And now introducing his opponent, standing across from him in the blue corner, with an amateur mixed martial arts record of 1 victory and 1 defeat. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, and he weighed in at 129 pounds. From Saco, Maine, he's representing Evolution Athletics. Let's hear it for Tyler Butterknife Smythe. When the action begins, our referee in charge of this contest is Robert Wambacher.
And we are underway. We got Scott Miles in the black and white trunks. We got Smythe in the red and black trunks, and these guys are about to get started.
No glove touch, right at it.
Right into the shot, pushes him against the cage.
The debuting Miles throws a jab. The experienced fighter in Tyler Smythe ducks right under it, and here we are. Over-under position, it looks like.
That is correct. High underhook by Smythe, tilting Miles over a bit. He's got a slight advantage here, but let's see if he can do anything with it.
Digs one to the body.
In on the legs. Scotty takes a seat.
Great job getting both hands under the hips from Tyler Smythe.
He's got him wrapped up here, and Scott is still not really in danger yet. He has the opportunity. If he gets pulled away, which Smythe is trying to do, then he can just, there'll be a problem. But as long as he's close to the cage, he's not in too much danger yet. It seems like they're a little stuck at the moment.
He's controlling the wrist. He is a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. He's not unfamiliar with being on his back, being in these types of positions. It looks like he's wants to control that wrist. He might be trying to fish under the leg to move out of that position.
Definitely looks like he's thinking about a triangle, but Smythe is keeping his arms tight and preventing that from being a factor.
Yeah, looked like Scott was trying to follow away hip right there and set something up with that wrist control, but you know, one of those.
MMA is different though. This is not a good place to be with your head stuck against the cage like that. Jiu-jitsu is nullified when your head is against the cage in that way.
That's exactly
He's
what I was
trying to shoot for that triangle position. Smythe is doing a really good job of controlling with head pressure, but Miles is shooting for that triangle position right now.
That arm is still in there, so that triangle isn't cinched up yet. But as you were saying, that cage is the X factor when you transition from jiu-jitsu grappling to mixed martial arts grappling. When you have that cage, he's kneeing the shoulder, which is legal. Can't knee the head in the amateur correction.
Choke. I've seen him do this in training before.
All right.
It's really tough when you're stacked against the cage, though, and it was a really slick setup. I'm curious to see whether he's going to be able to actually finish while the weight is on him and while he's crunched up like this against the wall.
And that teepee choke, it's something that's really kind of tough to find yourself in that position with, where you kind of scissor lock your legs as opposed to the triangle and control the posture of the back with your arms linked together. Very tough to finish, but I respect the attempt from Scott Miles.
Looks like Smythe is safe for now. Digging a little bit to the body. He's doing a really good job of controlling with his head and keeping him stacked against the cage. When you do a lot of jiu-jitsu, sometimes you're not used to these types of positions. Oh, you shoot for the leg.
Trying to go underneath and get a sweep off of this.
Scotty is definitely into leg locks, so he's definitely wanting it. But again, MMA can be tricky to fully execute your jiu-jitsu. The punches, the strikes, the cage changes everything. Very slick bottom work from Scott nonetheless. Manages to not allow his opponent to fully pass. That being said, at the end of the round, the guy who's on top tends to win.
You saw Miles shooting for those legs, maybe hunting for some ankle locks and things like that. It can be a dangerous position to put yourself in MMA. You got big punches raining down unless you're really a leg lock specialist.
And it's different at the amateur ranks because there's only so many leg attacks that you can legally go for. You cannot reap the knee at amateur competition. For those at home who don't know what that means, you cannot attack the knee joints by twisting the ankle in a heel hook or some sort of twisty position like that that's going to attack the ligament. Straight knee bars, totally fine to hyperextend the knee. Straight ankle locks, totally fine to hyperextend the ankle. We've even seen a calf slicer, which doesn't reap the knee, finished at amateur competition. So there are plenty of options, but a lot of those tricky ones in that 50-50 position where you're sliding the leg over from hip to hip trying to attack a heel hook are strictly illegal at amateur competition.
Smythe shot for that takedown immediately. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing. If he throws a little something out there and shoots right for the hips again.
That was immediately
his
what
style,
happened.
nonetheless, that forward pressure, wall wrestling. And I'm expecting that he, as Lally said earlier, if it's working for you, why would you go away from it? I'm wondering if Scott's going to be able to put a wrench in those plans.
And you got to wonder how much time Scott Miles has spent against the cage, has spent in positions like that you only find in MMA.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts to drill coming up for a fight is that wall work, that takedown defense.
Smythe is
circling. Nice right hand
he's
from
changing
Smythe.
levels. He's trying to set something up. He's throwing little feints out there. He's trying to bait Miles to come in with his hands behind his back, probably because he wants to shoot.
Smythe looking very confident with his range and his footwork here, whereas Miles looks a bit more tentative, worried about falling into that shot.
That's exactly, he's showboating a little, trying to get him inside.
Good hips initially from Scott Miles, got the underhook pretty quick.
Gives up the underhook.
But he finds himself in that same position. And this is what we were talking about earlier versus training time spent and cage time spent. You can see
the way that his balance is, he's very susceptible to having that ankle picked, or in this case, he goes for it, goes for the other, turns the corner, and Scotty is on his back again.
On cue, the ankle pick happened from Tyler Smythe. Right as you mentioned that, he went right for that ankle pick and successfully finished it.
You're going to see Smythe go for that head pressure again. He's staying really tight. He's digging his forehead in. He's trying to get below the chin with his head as well. He's looking to rain down a little ground and pound now.
That is actually pretty smart by Miles to strike even from the bottom. He just has to use that opportunity to do some grappling with it. It can really distract the opponent on top when you're striking when they don't expect you to. But in this case, it looks like he has not been able to capitalize and is...
Smythe punched him in the leg. I like it when I see guys mix it up like that. That's those money in the bank shots that add up later.
Absolutely. Neon face, legal but grimy.
Oh, that's just mean.
That's just mean. Stick the knee in the throat, in the face.
At the end of the day, it is a fight.
This is a fight.
Exactly, it is a fight, but that's mean.
We are not playing croquet.
I actually like to see it. I don't like to see it happening to a teammate, but gotta respect it.
Exact.
If Smythe can control this wrist with his left arm, he's going to be able to rain down some ground and pound with that right. We'll see if he works for that position.
You could just see the wrestling chops of Tyler Smythe. Riding that half Nelson, using that to completely control Scott Miles with his head pinned against the cage and open opportunities for ground and pound. That knee to the body's found a home a couple of times, looking for short shots, gliding over him effortlessly.
He's going for that guillotine. He's got him stuck against the cage. This could be bad. And
let go. Oh, beautiful
big ground
stuff.
and pound.
That was beautiful. Let go of the choke. Didn't have it, but here's a knuckle sandwich for your troubles. Good job defending
Right
that.
back
Defend
to the
this.
wrestling, controlling the wrists. Just riding him.
Yeah, Scotty
Some
Miles
big shots.
trying to get up, though, showing persistence, showing toughness. Not out of this fight yet.
And he's sneaking a few in, but Miles is doing, big slam. And some ground and pound to finish the round. Very dominant round by Smythe.
And yeah, Scott Miles getting up with still standing up, still looks fresh. Looks like he's been training as long as he has, and looks like he's put in all the diligence in the conditioning department to be ready for this, because he's breathing fresh. He's getting a shutout pitch against him. A perfect game plan and execution by Tyler Smythe. But we've got 3 more minutes to go. And I'm always curious to see what is left in the tank after somebody is down 2 rounds. We know Scott Miles has to go for broke. We know Eric Grossman is telling him this right now. So let's see what he has. And Smythe showing just complete array of skills. His wrestling is really what's impressing me the most in this. Ground and pound mixed in with submission attempts throughout that whole thing, that whole round. Really impressed. He's got nothing to change. Maybe a little aggression uptick going for a finish, but Scott Miles is showing sound defensive abilities and still trying to throw off.
And he looks dangerous from his back still.
Big time, big
Miles
time.
has shown composure, he's shown resilience, but what he needs to show now is urgency.
Absolutely. He's down 2 rounds to 1, or 2 rounds to none.
It's tricky as a jiu-jitsu guy who's very confident in his skills off his back coming into this new environment, because especially at amateur with only 3 minutes, you can't win a fight off your back. And Scott sometimes seems happy to be there and eager to get his guard back rather than getting back to his feet.
And he's shown a few threats from the ground, from his back, as a good jiu-jitsu player would, but in MMA,
nice look on that head kick.
I think the toes grazed the beard.
And Smythe is going to circle. He's going to change level, and he's trying to find his way in.
Nice
there
knee.
he is.
Nice knee from Miles, but ends up
And it
on
was
his back
almost
again.
Miles almost seemed to allow that takedown to happen. Like you mentioned, he's comfortable on his back. This is where he's tapped out countless guys in the gym. But MMA is different, and Smythe has that strong head pressure.
Look at that beautiful butterfly sweep. I was just about to say. You could tell he's got that jiu-jitsu acumen, because he was tight with those double underhooks, double butterflies, and he used it great for a minute. But Tyler Smythe, again, showing us his wrestling chops by hipping out, staying on top, and remaining in dominant position.
Miles has been threatening, but on an open mat, he'd be far more threatening. His back's against the cage. He only has so much room to work and maneuver.
As you say, the cage is ultimately the big game changer, and it tends to favor the wrestler more than the jiu-jitsu fighter.
Especially if you're more experienced in the cage wrestling, having fight time, versus when you're just getting introduced to it now.
And not all fight gyms have cages, which is interesting. Some guys do train mostly at gyms that don't have cages.
You gotta put the time in, making your back feel like grated cheese. Big shots.
Right to the temple.
Knee to face again. Nasty.
Miles is still trying to set up.
Staying
He's
persistent.
looking for that ankle.
He's looking for his opportunities. He's looking for avenues to
Very
create
tough
successful
guy.
offense.
He's doing a good job protecting himself too. It's just unfortunately he's very far behind right now. Not taking a ton of damage considering, but behind on the scorecards for sure.
Oh, can't knee to the head here. This is not pride. We can't do this.
You could knee to the shoulder, but it's risky.
That's a tough target to hit. I wouldn't risk it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Unbelievable if he was able to pull this off. 30 seconds left to go. Short time and a big slam.
He's still in danger.
Very
Smythe
much
is still
so.
in danger.
Smythe is doing a great job stacking. It looks like he has his hands clasped. No more. Oh my goodness, what a comeback this would be, but Smythe.
And another big slam.
Looks like that arm's a little bit out now. There it is.
He's out now, he's out.
We're talking about the heart. That desperation, the
urgency.
The
he's
urgency
still
is
for it.
He's still looking big shots.
Looks like he expended some energy, and now
He's
Smythe
tired.
is unloading.
There's the 10 seconds here.
Listen, he went for broke with less than a minute to
He's
go,
taking
and
some
he's
shots.
standing
He's
up.
back to his
but
feet, and
Smythe,
he's swinging back.
And Smythe looking crisp with the hands.
Goes for that push off the cage to finish.
And that does it for this catchweight
Great
bout.
fight.
3 rounds in the books. Tyler Smythe implementing a wrestling dominant attack plan that worked out tremendously through 9 minutes. And Scott Miles, making his first performance, showed everything that you want to see in a fighter, not losing your cool, trying to find a way to win from bell to bell with less than a minute left to go in the fight after losing every minute of the fight, throws on an arm bar, and I almost jumped out of the seat and lost an eyeball looking at that because it was just unbelievable how he still went for that comeback finish. Didn't come, showed a lot of promise, but Tyler Smythe most likely going to improve to 2-1 after this.
Absolutely. Tyler Smythe came in, he had a game plan, he was able to push Scott Miles against the cage, take him down each round, hold him there. Miles was threatening at times, he was hunting for submissions every round. He never gave up, he definitely has that fighter heart. Good debut, I'm sure he'll be back in the cage again, but that was a decisive victory by Tyler Smythe.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that they both look great in there. I think that Miles showed potential, he showed skills, he showed resilience, but again, he needs probably more strategic aggression in his next outing.
He seemed content being on his back, as we mentioned during the fight. He is a jiu-jitsu guy, spent a lot of time on the mats, and that works against you in MMA. You can't, most of the time, you're not gonna win a fight by spending it on your back.
It's true. I think that it's funny.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep it going for these two warriors. After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. With scores of 29-28, 30-27, and 30-26, we have your winner by unanimous decision, Tyler Butterknife Smythe.
And the victory goes to Tyler Smythe, not a surprise.
It was a very stellar performance. He came out from the jump, forward pressure, aggression, big punches, great takedowns. Mixed it up very well, good cage savvy. I'm hoping to see him more at Cage Titans.
Yep, we always love them when they make the trek down to Plymouth, Massachusetts from up north, and here's why. They bring experienced and tough, diligent fighters that love to put on a show. Big congratulations for Tyler Smythe jumping back into the win column, improving to 2-1 as we move on to our next fight of the evening. I gotta bring this scorecard back to the judges before I get yelled at. 2 debuting amateur, no, never mind. That's
in the bantamweight division.
That's not right. That's not right. I
Josh
don't think that's
Medeiros
right.
is debuting, but Andrew Valdez is 1-on-1.
Valdina.
Valdina, I apologize.
I think the next fight's supposed to be Josh Smith versus John O'Connor.
Well, we're about to find out who walks out right now.
Yep, that we will. Because I could be wrong.
You're rarely wrong, though.
It happens.
It happens to the best of us.
But I appreciate that, Sean Lally. I know plenty of people who would not agree with that statement, but...
Oh, I do too.
Myself included. All right, I was right, though, in this case. We are at the welterweight division, not the bantamweight division, as Josh Smith makes his first walk out to the cage, making his debut out of Team Nostos, another traveler from up north, another Maine resident. And I gotta love the shirts that he's got, Smith Smesh. He's got the Habib shirt on with his face.
Habib,
that's amazing.
He is accompanied by another UFC veteran,
Devin Powell.
Devin Powell.
Devin Powell. He's had an incredible career, UFC, he was in Bellator, he's been in wars, been at the top of the heap for a long time, now he's doing a lot of coaching.
I'm assuming that his students will have similarly stellar jiu-jitsu, so I'm thinking that Josh Smith is likely going to be an accomplished, or rather, a very competent ground fighter.
Yep, you know.
He seems to be in great shape. He looks physically strong,
looks
welterweight,
vascular.
super vascular.
No doubt. He's that's a dense young man making his debut. Josh Smith running around excited. It's been a long travel for him. Coming to us from York, Maine, way up in Maine.
And next we got John
His opponent,
O'Connor.
John Connor, sent back from the future to, nope, sorry, that's John O'Connor.
Yeah, no,
It
not
is
John
John.
Connor. One vowel in
Common
between,
mistake.
but close.
Also making his welterweight debut, fighting out of Loco Lobo MMA.
Is he walking? Is he walking out to Limp Bizkit? I think he is. I gotta love this.
Keep
this
on
is
rolling, baby.
He just keeps on rolling, baby. John O'Connor making his debut at a Loco Lobo MMA. The second debuting fighter at a Loco Lobo MMA. The guy who just fought earlier, and Joey Rogers is in the corner already, recovered from his matchup. Gotta love that camaraderie at that team. Jeanette Gresh, Jeff Joy also in the corner, as well as Lee Gresh himself.
Loco Lobo has been a staple in New England MMA, has fought, had a title himself, and has been training many, many fighters.
I might have been wrong about the name, but I don't think I was wrong about going back in time.
That's right.
Yeah, and a contrast of size between these guys. A big height advantage, I'm sorry, not a big height advantage, about a 3-inch height advantage for John O'Connor in this matchup.
But they do have, as you said, rather different physiques.
Very different physiques.
Josh Smith looks very strong, very physical guy. You can tell he's in the strength room.
Very compact.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to make this one official after the tail of tape pops up. I don't know who this is sponsored by, but I'll let you know in just a moment as both of these debuting amateurs look fired.
They are ready to go.
Up. As the lovely Janelle gets a set for round number 1. Tail of the tape. Tail of the tape is sponsored by Unplugged Essentials.
We got Josh Smith making his debut at 24 years of age, weighing in at 169 pounds. Height is 5'9", with a 70-inch reach advantage. John O'Connor on the other side, also making his debut at 29 years old, weighing in at 170 pounds, standing 6'1", a couple inches taller, with a 71-inch reach advantage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the next bout of the evening. An amateur mixed martial arts contest at the welterweight division, scheduled for 3 rounds, 3 minutes apiece. And once again, ladies and gentlemen of Plymouth Memorial Hall, both of these young fighters are making their mixed martial arts debut. So make some noise! Introducing to you first in the red corner, standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighing in at 169 pounds. From York, Maine, he's representing Nostos MMA. Let's hear it for Josh Smith. And now introducing his opponent, standing across from him in the blue corner, standing at 6 feet 1 inch tall. He weighed in at 170 pounds. From Falmouth, Massachusetts, he's representing Loco Lobo MMA. Let's hear it for John O'Connor. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of this contest is Brian Miner.
And they are ready to go.
Oh, gentlemen.
Wearing black trunks. We got Smith in the shorter black trunks. He wants to show those quads off. He looks like a pretty strong kid.
Red tape gloves for Josh Smith, blue tape gloves for John O'Connor. They touch him up, and both of these intense young men are at it.
They were ready to go from the second they walked in the cage, staring each other down, and they're off. Smith gets in, grabs the hips, ends up side control.
His neck is caught, but he is largely past the hips, not in too much danger at this time.
Yeah, that's one of those instinctual neck grabs when you get that shot thrown at you. He passed to the right side off that guillotine and now finds himself in full guard.
He's shooting for an arm. O'Connor's going for the arm. He did it quick, too.
Underhooks the leg.
Grabs the leg to keep him down.
Great job stacking and staying balanced on top from Josh Smith.
Extending that arm now.
I'm expecting if he goes to that underhook again, he's going to try to topple him over with this. But really solid base from Smith thus far.
Smith is staying heavy.
And he's got that figure 4 grip with his arms to keep that right arm from getting hyperextended.
Staying heavy, trying to dig that elbow into his throat. See him to try to explode soon.
Switches to a triangle, back to the armbar. It's too shallow.
And now he's fishing for the ankle, but
back to the butterfly guard.
He's working for half guard.
Back to full.
And back to full.
Not quite. The problem is that Smith is retaining that underhook, and without that, the guy on bottom half isn't going to be able to do a thing. And as I say this,
he's in a position where he could get that crucifix possibly.
It looks like he's looking for it.
He's searching for it. He's going to try to grab that left arm and push it under his leg, step that leg over, and lay some heavy ground and pound.
The head is already there, isolating the right arm, and that would put John O'Connor in an extremely compromised position. But Josh Smith seems happy to just ride out here and side control and land those short punches when he can.
He's in a good position, slowing things down a little bit, staying heavy, which is smart.
And again, both of these guys making their debut. The experience factor is not there.
O'Connor slips in that crossface. He'll have more success from here than previously if he's going to try to get that guard back. But that top pressure is keeping him pretty stifled. I've seen some little snippets of good jiu-jitsu from O'Connor, so I'm sort of waiting to see something slick come out. Although instead he's just ate a few to the face.
Yeah, that armbar attack was lightning fast and quite dangerous. Yeah.
After that.
It was quite dangerous, but Josh Smith showing.
Oh, the crucifix, as you mentioned before.
Yes, here he goes searching for it.
Yeah, once Smith got out of that, it's been all Josh Smith right here.
He's got 10 seconds.
Is that crucifix locked in? Nope, not quite.
He didn't like something. He looked up at the ref. He said something. He got frustrated.
Might have been an accidental elbow that grazed him. Elbows also not legal at the amateur competition. It could have been an array of things. Maybe just frustration.
He showed some glimpses of solid jiu-jitsu, and that's going to come down from Loco Lobo. He was staying active with his hips. He wasn't satisfied staying in position. Even though Smith ended up in that side control and was searching for that crucifix, he stayed fairly dominant, but O'Connor was searching for a way out the entire time.
You know, I'm looking at those T-shirts and looking at how that last round went, and I get the T-shirt now.
Smish.
Smish indeed.
Smish.
Very much so. Once he got that position, even though he was putting that arm bar for a split second, he got out of it and he smished for the rest of the round. He got to that side control and did not let O'Connor breathe.
And you can tell he's a very physically strong kid. So if he ends up in a dominant position like that, there's a great chance he'll be able to hold it. And these guys are ready to go right back at it.
Before we even start.
Yeah, a little mouse on the left eye of John O'Connor.
And here we go, round two.
Smith in with double underhooks against the cage. This is a very strong position, and
he gets it down quickly. Right back to side control.
Beautiful wrestling display from Josh Smith.
Smith is staying very heavy again, chest to chest.
And this seems to be his bread and butter, just crushing that diaphragm of his opponent, making it hard to breathe.
Neither of them seem super confident standing up, and I see that Josh Smith definitely is searching to get it to the ground. And I think that O'Connor wants it on the ground too, just not in this position. Some big shots now to the temple.
Back in the crucifix
He's
again.
got that crucifix now.
Fully
and
locked.
He's tired.
He's
tired.
He's got a pendulum his hips.
Explode.
He can't buck out of this.
If he takes too many unanswered shots, the referee will stop it.
Especially at amateurs. You can't take too many unanswered
shots. He's trying. Every buck, though, he's losing energy. He's taking big shots.
Brian Miner's looking close to stopping this fight. Could be stopped at any time now.
Brian Miner's telling him he's got to move.
There we go. That's what O'Connor's got to do. Instead of bucking his hips, you're not going to get a big, strong guy off you like this. You need to get yourself out from underneath him. You need to swing your hips back and forth, create little inches of space, and try and turn underneath.
Crucifix for now, and
right back in it, though. That's it. You might escape for a split second, but if his hips are still on that chest, you got to find a different avenue out from underneath as opposed to getting him off top.
He's taking big shots.
Yeah, this could be stopped at any minute. There it is.
Over.
Bam.
That's all over.
Great stoppage from Brian Miner. I love when people go out on their shield, but at the amateur competition, stuck in a crucifix for too long, taking heavy lunch boxes for fists that Josh Smith has. taking lunchboxes to their face like that for too long.
And Smith
Referee's got to stop it.
He was searching for that crucifix in round one, just wasn't able to get it. O'Connor still had a lot of energy to fight and to not end up in that position. This round, he didn't have as much energy, and once he was in that crucifix position, it was just a matter of time that that fight was called.
Not an ounce of quit from John O'Connor.
Absolutely
He tried
not.
to the very last second to get out of that, just to no avail.
Absolutely.
You know, I've got to say, I think that the quality of fights that we've seen, even from multiple debuting fighters, speaks to just the level that Cage Titans has come to now. Every fight's a good fight.
Absolutely. Not one fight that wasn't exciting so far. And
All
very,
right,
evenly
ladies
matched.
and gentlemen,
I'd
keep
say
it
so.
going for these two warriors. Referee Brian Miner has called a stop of this contest at 1 minute 43 seconds of round number 2. Giving you your winner by TKO, Josh Smith.
Second round winner via TKO, Josh Smith, making his debut. He is now 1-0.
Traveling back up to York, Maine with the fresh dub. Going up with the Pals and the Smith shirts with a victory. Climbing to 1-0. Impressive debut from Josh Smith. Great ground and pound, great wrestling. Looking forward to seeing him back again, and big congrats.
Physically strong guy, great game plan, got the victory. Excited to see him back.
All right, now we go to the welterweights. The bantamweights, I'm sorry, those are the welterweights.
Andrew Valdina takes on Josh Medeiros.
Josh Medeiros, another debuting fighter, coming out of Sityodtong, somewhere you're very familiar with, Sean Lally, making his first walk, but again, another young man who's been training a very, very long time. He's got the age advantage. He's older than Valdina. Valdina has more fight experience, though, coming out of low zones, 1-1, has suffered a knockout loss, has won a decision victory over Brandon Demora, a teammate of mine, lost to Jake Bagley, who is a title contender in his own right. So Valdina's already faced really top-level competition. So Josh Medeiros taking a big bite out of his first ever mixed martial arts contest. But knowing he's had a Sityodtong, I'm sure he's got the acumen to deal with it.
Well, it's as we saw earlier, sometimes it's the fight experience that really makes a big difference over training experience, but both are coming from top-level gyms, and I think the Sityodtong, if they're confident in this matchup, then Josh Medeiros is going to have something up his sleeve.
And clearly, Medeiros isn't looking for an easy debut. He's fighting a tough guy. Valdina's very tough. He's a well-rounded fighter. He's from Lausanne MMA. Really good wrestling foundation. I've had the pleasure of working with him a few times. I actually haven't worked with Medeiros.
I don't see anybody in the walkout point. I see Andy Cody, I think.
So it looks like we have Medeiros walking out first, making his way to the cage. Just really building the anticipation right now.
Might be waiting for the right spot in the walkout song. I can respect that.
Yeah, you gotta let the beat drop. I know about that life. And there we go. Making his way to the cage. Bantamweight debut.
A lot of film on Andrew Valdina to study, though. That's one perk of making your debut against someone who's already got a couple fights under the belt. You can do your own homework. You can have your coaches do your homework. So maybe that plays as an advantage for Josh Medeiros in his debut fight.
That is very true. Andrew Valdina, at this point, having had such tough battles in the cage, is a known quantity, whereas Medeiros is here to shake things up.
Looks very calm, making his way. You never know what you're going to get with a first time, with a debut.
It's
That's why I love watching the debuting fighters.
Absolutely.
That's why this is one of the best events to go to. You get the best of both worlds.
Sometimes the
seasoned pros.
debut doesn't affect them at all. Sometimes they come in and they put on their best performance. Sometimes they perform better than they do in the gym. You never know.
That makes me think of the first fight of last time, which was Dan Walsh made the poster.
Yeah, Dan Walsh and Jake
Absolutely.
Kasky, one of the greatest amateur fights I've seen with my own 2 eyes. So yeah, let's see if this is another one of those fights that could come to fruition. Josh Medeiros awaiting his opponent in the experienced Andrew Valdina, coming to us out of Lausanne MMA. I've sparred this kid. He hits hard. He kicks like a welterweight, and he's only a bantamweight. I've trained against him. He fought my teammate, Little B, Brandon Demora, and was able to score a victory over him. So I love the walkout
Great
song.
work ethic, too. I've seen
Yes.
him on the mats at Lausanne's. He's a guy that's not sitting out any rounds. He's working hard. He's pushing the pace. And he's got some really solid wrestling. I've seen him throw guys around, control them, guys that are bigger than him as well. And he's making his way to the cage now. Seems to be a big fan favorite. Crowd's going for him right off the bat.
Oh, this kid's got a following. There's no doubt about that. Even though both of these guys are from the New England region, Josh Medeiros actually out of Pelham, New Hampshire. Andrew Valdina has quite a following already in his young mixed martial arts career.
Teammate and professional fighter Connor Matthews in his corner. You know he gets a lot of work in with Connor. Got Joe Lozon. We don't have to introduce that man to anybody who is a fight fan.
Great walkout song too, off the Django Unchained soundtrack. That's where I know it most from. Gets me fired up.
I learned something today. Thank you, Andy.
Anything off a Quentin Tarantino
All right, here
movie
we
soundtrack
go.
gets me fired up. And another
A lot-
acrobatic maneuver.
A lot of acrobatics tonight. I'm actually afraid to jump on top of the cage after a victory. I've always thought about it and never done it.
Yeah.
As aggressively as I like to fight, I always fear getting injured trying to go on the cage and celebrate.
The lovely Brittany gets us set for round number 1. This Taylor tape is sponsored by Bay Grown.
We've got Josh Medeiros, age 27, weighing in at 134 pounds, standing at 5'6" with a 64-inch reach, fighting Andrew Valdina, age 24, 133 pounds, standing at 5'7" with a reach of 65 inches.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the next fight of the evening. An amateur mixed martial arts competition at the bantamweight division, scheduled for 3 rounds, 3 minutes apiece. Introducing to you first, in the red corner, standing at 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing in at 134 pounds. From Pelham, New Hampshire, he's representing Sityodtong, and tonight he makes his mixed martial arts debut. Let's hear it for Josh Medeiros. And now introducing his opponent, standing across from him in the blue corner, with an amateur mixed martial arts record of 1 victory and 1 defeat. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, and he weighed in at 133 pounds. From Drake, Massachusetts, he's representing Lausanne MMA. Let's hear it for Andrew, the Gladiator Valdina. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of this
All right,
contest
we are
is
almost underway. We got
Robert
Valdina in the orange
Wambacher.
trunks, Medeiros in the camo trunks. They are about to go at it. I expect this to be a high-paced fight from the very beginning.
Oh, Andrew Valdina is one intense young man. He gets fired up before he gets in there.
He's got me fired up, and he's right out touching gloves.
They touch him up, and here we go. The contrast and builds. Ooh, nice uppercut on the get-up from Valdina. Slick timing.
Valdina's finding his distance. He gets caught with a big cross.
That was a good left hand from Medeiros. Snuck
Medeiros
right in
is
between the
searching
guard.
for that neck.
Medeiros has him backed up against the cage, hunched over. That's a dangerous posture. I can't see how the grip is, but if the grip is deep, that is a very dangerous place to be.
Absolutely. There's not a lot of room to move there, and that choke can get tight fast, like you said, depending on where the hands are right now.
And even if the choke isn't in, you're still putting all the weight on the shoulders, making your opponent carry you, making them think that the choke is coming. So even if the choke isn't sunk in, you got a lot to worry about if you're
It looks like
Valdina right now.
Valdina's got a good grip on it. He's not in too imminent a danger of being choked, but he is eating those knees to the thigh, which add up.
That's his priority right now. Valdina's searching for the hands. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to spin out at some point soon.
Finds the underhook.
There he goes. He's got the underhook, and he's circling out.
Medeiros has some slick wrestling. I saw him immediately drop to go for the ankle pick.
Another left hand
and
from
he's
Medeiros.
keeping that low level. He looks like he's searching for the ankles, and he's trying to make his way inside. Good movement.
Valdina switching stances and times a head kick.
Touches him with that front kick.
Valdina's got to be careful ducking his head.
He's knee to the body. Valdina's posture is as such that he is very susceptible to being taken down at this moment. Really strong underhook from Medeiros. Winning the head
His whole weight
fight.
is almost off the ground right now. The cage is the only thing supporting him.
I'm expecting Medeiros to go and pick that ankle that's still there.
Yeah, I think he might go to pick it or trip it.
Good inside control, though, from Valdina that might be preventing that slightly.
And that knee shield can actually help you keep balance against the cage sometimes. If you know where your opponent's hip is and you got that instep on there, you can hop around on your base leg while still keeping your balance against your opponent. But Medeiros looking to maximize the efficiency of this underhook on the right side that he has. Now he has double underhooks.
Double unders.
Trying to get behind the hips now.
Good head.
30 seconds to secure a takedown if that's what he wants.
Oh, gotta be careful with that knee. Gotta be careful with that. Can't hit the head in amateur competition. Whoa! Whoa! He went baby gazelle legs.
Shoots. He's still hurt. Valdina's on top.
How tough?
He's got 10 seconds.
How tough is Josh Medeiros?
Valdina taunts him to get up. Goes right back at him. Medeiros is hurt. And that's the end of the round.
Round one.
Wobbled Medeiros.
In a round that was basically all Medeiros. Cage control, wrestling control, landed a couple good left hands from the southpaw position. That all changes when a big shot lands. Yeah, exactly. And that was straight up baby giraffe legs for a moment. That shin cleared. Every inch of the shin hit every inch of one side of Medeiros' skull, and he still didn't go down. Amazing toughness, but dang, what did I tell you about Valdina and his kicks? He's a bantamweight who's got the power of the welterweight when he chucks those shins around.
And Medeiros takes a lower stance, and he likes to play around with his hands a lot, which I think he's searching for ankles and trying to get on the inside, but he is a little bit susceptible to those head kicks, and I'm wondering if Valdina's going to search for that. Valdina just yells, "Let's go." He's ready.
Phenomenal weapon for Andrew Valdina, that high kick.
Valdina's amped up.
He's had a taste of blood, and I think he wants more.
Well, see, Medeiros recovered really quick, though. Very quick. He didn't go down either.
He did. He looks like he's cleared the cobwebs now. He's going to come out. He's going to be... Wouldn't be surprised if Valdina searches for that head kick again.
Got to be careful head hunting, though. You don't want to become married to that. You still got to keep mixing it up. Nice left hand again on the entry for Josh Medeiros.
There he goes. And ends up with his back against the cage. Medeiros closed the distance quickly, putting that head pressure in. He's got one underhook. Searching for the other. It looks like he might have both.
Getting behind, trying to get behind that leg. Medeiros has done a great job. Oh, he lost the head fight here, though. But he's been doing largely a great job of controlling the grips and the positioning against the wall, but has not been able to finish it.
Again here with double underhooks. Good job framing from Valdina. I was just about to compliment the head pressure of Josh Medeiros.
Clasped the hands together, takes the back. Ooh, very slick footwork.
And Valdina circles out. He takes a deep breath. Takes another deep breath.
Medeiros is still stalking him, even though he's been hurt. There's no hesitation on him. He wants to take control of this fight.
He's hyper-focused. He's trying to find a way inside to get that back against the cage.
Another left hand.
But he's
from
not
Medeiros.
afraid to strike to get that opportunity. He's not afraid to stand there and throw and exchange to get Valdina's back against the cage.
Oh, nice left hand from
There it
Medeiros,
is.
and that's what he uses
That's
to
what
enter
he
in.
wants.
He's got him against the cage. Hands
Now
are latched.
he gets
the
him down.
takedown.
Finally successful on a
Big
takedown is
takedown.
Josh Medeiros. Andrew
Valdina up on an elbow though, so that's not over yet.
They're right in front of us. This is where we go to golf tone, so we can't coach him, but good job staying persistent with the takedown attempts from Josh Medeiros. He finally has Valdina on the mat. Looks like they're in. Doesn't have the back in. He's got one hook in. He's looking for the second. Valdina staying aware of that, trying to keep his hips sheathed by the actual floor. I don't want to talk too much. I think Valdina just looked at me. Oh, what an explosion to get back up to his feet. Well
Great
done.
timing.
And a great uppercut on the exit.
He's got to be careful of those knees. He's thrown them a couple times. You don't want an accidental knee in the amateur ranks.
Really nice grip fighting with Valdina right now. He managed to sneak that forearm as a frame inside. Makes all the difference, preventing Medeiros from closing the distance as he previously had and making room for those knees.
He has done a great job framing both in the cage and now out here on the open mat.
That knee to the body might have staggered Medeiros a little bit. Another one to the solar plexus.
He's going for that trip. He reverses.
Whoa, what's that? What's that?
Valdina's
eye poke,
down,
eye poke,
eye poke.
eye poke.
He's saying he's good. He's saying he's good.
It was an eye poke. The referee caught it.
He's gesturing to the referee that he got poked in the eye.
Yeah, and the referee caught it. Great job from Robert Wambacher catching the action.
Absolutely. That happened in a scramble. It looks like his eye's already wide open, but you could see a cut at the bottom of the eye.
The doctor's coming in to take a peek at that poked eye. Both fighters in neutral corners. It happens. Accidents happen in the sport. Incidental foul, no foul play whatsoever. Just an eye poke in a scramble.
In a scramble, eye poke, it happens. Thankfully, Valdina's good. His eye's wide open. He's not even blinking. He's ready to go. The referee's about to call them back in.
Oh, they're deducting a point?
I'm very surprised about that personally.
For a what?
I think that was completely accidental. I'm very surprised.
It's going to be very problematic.
I'm wondering why he took a point right out the gate. Usually, and especially somebody who's making his debut, you usually get a good hard warning, especially if it didn't look like it impacted Valdina too much. But he didn't say eye poke. He said something about a fist, so I'm not sure if there was something else.
I think he was gesturing that he was grabbing the cage, possibly.
All right, and that wraps up the second round. That makes things very interesting because Medeiros seems to be winning this fight both rounds, and if that changes the outcome of that round, things become very interesting for this third round.
I would say so. I feel like that point deduction can have major implications for how the rest of this fight is going to go. That changes it up quite a bit.
Yeah, that either makes that a 9-9 round or a 10-8 round, depending on who saw it what way.
It's the possibility of a draw.
It does, and nobody likes draws.
No one likes draws.
Yeah, nobody leaves satisfied or disappointed in a draw. It's just this lukewarm feeling nobody really enjoys. But still got 3 minutes of action or less to go to see if this one can be punctuated with the finish on either side. Both men showing they are capable of doing so. Valdina with his head kicks. And I gotta say, even though we've seen a wrestling heavy attack from Josh Medeiros, I like his strikes from the southpaw position. I like how he changes his levels and finds a home for that straight left hand down the pipe.
His ultimate goal is to get Valdina's back against the cage, but he's not afraid to stand there and strike.
No.
And he's got some unique movement.
The most dangerous kind of wrestler, the one who's willing to punch his way in.
Yeah. It's mixed martial arts, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go, round three.
Orange trunks for Valdina, black trunks.
He feints with the uppercut, throws that kick up the middle.
Valdina definitely looking to take advantage of the unorthodox posture of Medeiros.
You see him searching for those high kicks with Medeiros taking that lower stance.
Medeiros with a high kick of his own, but blocked nicely by Valdina.
just skimmed on that one.
Yeah, and even when you catch a forearm with those kicks, you still have a tendency to feel that in the
It hurts still.
cranium. Yes, no doubt.
Valdina looking to break off. It goes to that hip toss. Threatens with that kick again. Medeiros inside.
Right in front of us. Yet again, Medeiros trying to get his hands
Valdina
clasped
trying to
under
push
the...
head down, break the posture.
Changes to a single leg attempt. Valdina looking for a whizzer, it looks like. Gives up on that single leg attempt. Now looking for a double again is Medeiros. Doing a good job mixing up his attacks here, putting all the weight on the abdomen of Valdina.
I've been very impressed by Medeiros' control of Valdina's posture, but in turn impressed by Valdina and his use of creative framing and balance to prevent the takedown from being finished despite it being close many times.
He's doing a really great job of framing between the cage and using Medeiros' body. And he goes
head
right
kick
kick again.
just missed on that one. Headbutt happening between these two guys, but it's all right, they wrestling.
He throws that high kick up the middle again.
Just missed with
Jab
that left
the body.
hand. Nice 1-2 from Medeiros. Valdina, though, trying to throw a hook as a counter, and he lands a good check hook coming in.
He's got to be careful of those knees. Valdina's searching for that uppercut, too.
Valdina's throwing the knee to the body. He's landed several to the body, come close to the head a couple times. Nice uppercut off the head kick. But
he's timing it well. He's just got to be careful.
Medeiros shoots in. You got to be very careful throwing that knee to the body
Absolutely.
because, way to shuck him off head first into the cage.
He's searching for that uppercut. It's come close a couple times. Valdina finds his back against a cage. We got about 30 seconds remaining in this fight. He's going to want to break off.
And it's going to be a tough one to score. That first round was going one way until an extremely explosive moment. That second round, we saw a point deduction. And this one, for my money, has been relatively even as well.
It's been close. Valdina's got to break off and create some chaos. He's got to land some strikes.
15 seconds left to go in this matchup. Valdina looking aggressive. Some blood coming out of the nose of Josh Medeiros.
Surprisingly quick separation by the referee. But
beautiful.
Nevertheless, here we go.
Beautiful
Valdina's
combination.
Throwing some big shots. Searches for that uppercut and a head kick.
Wow.
And that finishes the round.
Highly impressed with the combinations that Andrew Valdina was able to piece together at the end of that round. Doubling up the right hand, throwing the left high kick, mixing up the levels, uppercuts, straights. Josh Medeiros showing his toughness, showing he belongs in this cage, making a very impressive debut. Win, lose, or draw. Showed great hands, showed he can eat a head kick like most people eat breakfast, and showing that he's got wrestling chops against somebody who's already demonstrated wrestling skills in the cage. Tremendous fight for both of these young men. Now we just got to wait for the scorecard. I'm glad I'm not a judge for this one.
Yeah, this is a tricky one to call. It's going to be interesting to see which way it goes. Medeiros lost a point in round number 2. He seemed to control the pace of the fight, had a lot of time pressing Valdina against the cage. Whenever they broke off, Valdina showed that he was the more composed, more technical striker. Seemed to have a few more weapons when it comes to the striking department. Either way, that was a very close fight, and it's going to be interesting to see with that point deduction which way they go with it.
I actually, bold as it may be, I think that they're going to score this one for Valdina. I think he stole it at the end of the first round with that head kick despite losing on the control. I think that point deduction in the second obviously seals the deal there. And I actually would give him the edge in the third round because while they did have both good moments, I think Valdina did snip in a couple of, raising head kicks, a couple of uppercuts.
Absolutely. Valdina seemed to have more energy and will to fight at the end, and here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it going for these two warriors. After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-27, giving you your winner by unanimous decision, Andrew the Gladiator Valdina.
Well-deserved victory for Andrew Valdina. He stole the end of the first round, did damage with that head kick. was able to defend the takedowns very well. Very good job of framing and keeping his weight against the cage, but also against his opponent as well to avoid that takedown. All around, well-rounded performance.
Very well contested fight. Medeiros showed a lot of potential and a lot of promise. Fantastic wrestling. And it was really, I think, the experience and the savvy that won out for Valdina in the end.
Valdina's a fun guy to watch. Look forward to seeing him back in the cage. Very exciting guy.
All right,
intense guy. Great performance.
Let's one more round of applause for those amateur fighters tonight. Make some noise for those guys opening up the card. Woo! You guys have been great. So, prior to COVID, Cage Titans started a new branch, Grappling Titans. And we had a couple successful grappling tournaments. And tonight we're excited to announce that Grappling Titans will be coming back, and we'll be doing a grappling tournament Saturday, September 25th. So, to celebrate the grappling tournament that was coming back post-COVID, we have a super fight for you tonight between two studs. And here they are. This is going to be an 8-minute submission-only match. And if you've ever been to one of our grappling tournaments, that's what we do. Closest you can get to a fight, you either finish them or there's no winner. So guys, let's go, have some fun.
All right, up next, we got Melanson versus Menard. Grappling showcase. This is a submission-only match. Expect to see some high-level jiu-jitsu here.
As Mike said, I really do like that format. I think that it encourages go big or go home, which, you know, at an MMA show is what we want to see if there's going to be a pause between the face punching.
Absolutely. People are here to see knockouts, to see fists flying, to see kicks flying. They want to see that type of violence. That's what they're here for. So when you do have a submission-only match, it makes it a lot more interesting to watch.
When there's actually a submission.
When there's a submission, and you have to do it within an 8-minute time limit. So here we go. I've had the pleasure of training with Tyler Menard. Don't know too much about Sean Melanson. Tyler, who is going to be making his walk to the cage next. He's a brown belt under Joe Lazon. I have grappled with this man many times. He's the type of guy that if he only taps me out twice in a 5-minute round, I consider myself the victor of that round.
Well, that is very high praise. And, you know, it's funny, I've heard from a friend of his that he was worried a little bit about this matchup because it was a last-minute substitution. So he had been preparing Tyler, that is, for a different opponent. And Melanson is very highly esteemed as a grappler and not what he was expecting.
And look at those chops. The American flag shorts and those chops. Unstoppable.
I would say that Tyler is already ahead in the facial hair contest.
Absolutely. He's taken that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the next bout of the evening, an 8-minute submission-only grappling match. That's all it's scheduled for. Somebody's got to get a finish or there is no winner. Introducing to you first in the red corner, out of Team Aqueous, middleweight. Let's hear it for Sean Melanson. And his opponent standing across from him, another middleweight out of Lozon MMA. Let's hear it for Tyler Menard.
All right, here we go. Submission only. I'll let Ken weigh on this. I don't know how to do jiu-jitsu.
Well, I mean, the funny thing about it is if it's submission only, then there are no points. So
this is true.
This bout is refereed by
either you win
Tyler
or nobody
Pimentel.
wins. Win or draw, correct?
that is correct. All or nothing. Go big or go home.
Here we go. Shake hands.
we have a special guest here. We've got Connor, the controller Matthews, in to help us commentate this grappling super fight.
Welcome, the combat controller. We're happy to have you here.
How you doing, boys? Glad to be here.
Great night of fight so far. Breaking up the action a little bit with this submission only.
Absolutely. So Tyler Menard is one of my coach training partners. Train with him every day during the week. Great grappling match we got going here.
Yeah, I don't know much about Sean Melanson, but I mentioned too that I've had the pleasure of grappling with Tyler on many occasions, and if he taps me out only twice in 5 minutes, then I won.
That's so truth across the gym right there.
Menard was starting a standing heel hook there. Looks like they're pretty...
Trying to work his way in.
Oh, crafty. Didn't pay off.
Melanson seems to be content, scooting in, working from his back. Searching.
He looks very confident
Tyler's
there.
going for the leg lock. Knee bar.
And he slips, Melanson slips right out.
Tell you what, Melanson right now is still lasting longer than anybody else in the gym right now. So this is a good grappling match for Tyler.
Absolutely, so far so good. Just about a minute and a half. Remember, they have 8 minutes to get a submission. Searching for that knee bar.
Yeah. Melanson on top now.
Tyler's got very strong hips from this position. He has the ability to push himself strong up off his elbow, post onto that hand, and turn people over fairly quickly, and he's going for it.
Great base from Melanson, manages to thwart that attempt. But Tyler is very trigger happy going for those legs, and it looks like he's already contemplating his next onslaught of leg attacks, but Melanson dances beside it. Back to their feet.
And they meet in the center of the cage again. Volleying for position. Hand fighting.
Hand fighting.
Head to head. Tyler takes a look back, maybe at the clock.
Oh, nice. Tyler going for that scissor sweep.
Went for the scissor sweep. Ended up on his back. He's looking for that butterfly. He's only got it on one side. He's trying to hip him over.
Heavy hips from Sean, and Tyler's back to his feet. Definitely high level skills shown by both competitors right now.
Absolutely.
Couple of ninjas.
Composure, exploding for submissions, falling for position. We're watching two very skilled grapplers.
We've definitely seen some positions in which lesser men would have had to tap out.
I would have tapped. Or got my knee broken.
I myself, when Tyler ever gets his legs locked around you, it's really hard to get out. Super strong, super technical. Kid's been grappling for, I think, 10 years now, competing, so.
And I love his outfit.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's rocking the American flag shorts.
The mustache is brilliant.
Unbelievable mustache. The best mustache of the night. The best mustache in all of Cage Titans, I'm willing to say.
Absolutely. Going to take Andy on that one.
All right, we're halfway through this match. Very even so far. Works for that arm drag, misses.
Yeah, I'd say the score is 0-0.
I agree. Unless we're talking mustaches. Oh, he goes.
Oh, nice. Going for the hip.
Nice hip toss. He's going for that scissor.
Gets in pretty deep. Threatening
He's got that pretty deep.
Threatening the ankle there.
Now he's staying patient. They both are.
Got the heel hook position. Loses grip. Sean with double underhooks against the cage. I like seeing them use the cage. I think that it's, you know, it's definitely here, so why not use it to one's advantage?
Absolutely. Sean stayed very composed in that position. A lot of guys wouldn't get out of that.
Yeah, he was definitely in deep danger.
And now he's in Tyler's full guard. Closed. Sean's controlling the arms.
Oh, that was clean use of that knee. Almost broke the guard open. That's one that that's a guard break I've always tried but never been able to pull off, so I was excited to almost see it happen. Looks like Melton went for his own ankle lock.
Yeah, he's searching for it. It's in pretty deep. Tyler's moving, he's out. He's out, and he's back to his feet. We got 2 minutes remaining. Sean looks up at the clock. He wants to know how much time he has left. I don't think either of these guys are overly tired. I think they're just more concerned about how much time is left. How much time do they have left to get a submission?
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. They both look like in great shape. They don't look like they're breathing too hard, but I think that they want to get this win rather than walking away with, you know, a draw.
Both these guys could grapple for an hour straight.
Oh. It's making for some interesting flying attacks, though, so I'm into it. I like the urgency from both of them.
We're coming up on that final minute here. Goes for the arm drag.
It looks like this is a guillotine.
Tyler's got a very tight guillotine. He's got a very tight guillotine.
Absolutely, he's looking in deep.
He's working for it. He's got that in real tight.
He's got it in tight. He's not on the optimal side, so I wonder if he's going to be able to get the leverage that he needs.
And we can't see how his hands are grasped at the bottom there. And he's out. Sean's out. We'll show
just enough time for
there.
one more Hail Mary, maybe two. Ellison's up, going for that guard break again with the knees, looking to knee cut, and
30
probably
seconds.
gonna go for a leg.
Tyler's up. We got short time.
Just enough time for one last hurrah. Ellison with a deep underhook.
Tyler looks at the clock. He knows he's got to do something now. One of these guys got to jump up. Yeah, there he goes.
Goes, ooh, deep heel hook. But Tyler's unconcerned, waves it off.
Just looking at the clock. And that's it.
Well, that was quite